Welcome to the Real News Network. I'm Jessica Devereaux here in Washington, D.C. This is a huge day for those who are trying to get the corrupting influence of money out of politics. As you can see, there are hundreds of protesters here. They are part of Democracy Spring. They walked from Philadelphia all the way to Washington, D.C. as a part of a campaign to get money out of politics. I'm joined now here with Hank Przezinski, who is actually a resident of Maryland.
Right.
And he's here to get money out of politics, corrupt influence of money out of politics. Is that right?
Absolutely, as it says on my shirt.
That's what makes us different.
Enough. Okay.
Nurture love.
I've been working for the last 3 years in the state legislature in Maryland to try to get a constitutional amendment drafted to say that corporations are not people, money is not free speech, and everybody has a right to vote. Strangely, most people would not be aware that the Constitution does not guarantee a citizen's right to vote in this country.
Mm-hmm. And Hank, earlier we were talking about how those on the left, the Democrats themselves, are so much a part of that culture and what
Part
you're
of the
opposing.
problem,
Yeah.
yes. We've experienced a lot of difficulties in getting our democracy amendment resolution through the state legislature. The most recent problem seems to have come from the White House, 3 miles down the road, who called the Speaker of the House of Delegates in Maryland to say that they should quash our efforts to call for a constitutional convention to overturn Citizens United. This while President Obama has stated repeatedly the need to overturn Citizens United. He seems to not like our method, but our method is the only one left, while the current sitting Congress has proven themselves unwilling and unable to draft an amendment to overturn Citizens United and accomplish what 70 to 80% of Democrats, Republicans, and independents have said they want. Get big money out of politics, say that money is not speech, and guarantee every citizen's right to vote.
For this election, how obviously you're clearly very passionate about this issue. How much of a deciding factor is how strong a candidate is against, or for, I should say, campaign finance reform?
In my mind, it is the most important issue of our day, and I know that will confuse some people because climate change is the biggest, most important issue to save our planet. However, we can't win on climate change unless we get big money out of politics. The fossil fuel industry has more money than God. We can't win on gun control without getting big money out of politics. It does not seem to matter what the public opinion of the United States citizens are. It only seems to matter who has the most money for political contributions and lobbyists. That's who determines what happens in this country. So, as an example, I am supporting Chris Van Hollen, who is running for the United States Senate in the state of Maryland, versus Donna Edwards, a powerful black woman progressive who is also running for the Senate seat in Maryland. Unfortunately, Donna Edwards is completely against the method of amending the Constitution through the work of state legislatures. Chris Van Hollen, a leader in the Democratic Party, which is generally more conservative, is a supporter of the amendment convention to overturn Citizens United and has in fact testified for our resolution in the state Senate and in the state House of Delegates. So he's my hero, and yes, I'm a one-issue voter in this case because the corrupting influence of money in politics is the base issue that determines everything.
And for the presidential election, who will you be supporting?
I'm a staunch supporter for Bernie Sanders. I canvassed for him yesterday. Hillary Clinton is a wonderful person, dedicated public servant. She has fantastic experience, and she's incredibly intelligent. She is, however, part of the Democratic Party's idea of incremental change at a time when radical change is necessary. I'm a believer in Bernie Sanders' political revolution because this country has lost its democracy. It is not a question of the fear of losing our democracy. The Princeton study in 2014 proved we have lost it long ago.
All right, Hank, thank you so much for being with us. Hopefully we'll see you around today. Okay. Well, I want to take you around so you can get more of a feel of what it's like to be here. Actually, let's cut to a speaker right now.
So, unfortunately, that great house over there has been deeply corrupted. But all of you are here to take that house back. Because it isn't their house, it's our house.
Yeah. Good?
I think so.
Yeah.
Whose house? Our house! Whose house? Our house! Whose house? Our house! Whose house? Our house! That's right. So we started, look, I started the Young Turks 14 years ago, but I started Wolfpack in 2011 at Occupy, actually, in New York. And the point of Wolfpack is to fix this mess, right? So what we need in this country is our birthright as Americans, free and fair elections. And I can't imagine the Founding Fathers not being enormously proud of you guys here. Because they put it in the Constitution that we need to amend the Constitution from time to time to make it a more perfect union. So they envisioned exactly this moment. In fact, they put it in Article 5 that at some point it is likely that Congress will get too corrupt and the people will have to get an amendment through the states. So they saw it, they were geniuses. They saw this very movement. And I want to tell you something about this movement, because there are some that are in the press that are naysayers, of course. By the way, why are they naysayers? Why are they critics? Why don't they believe? Because they are the establishment. So when you've got billion-dollar companies who make billions of dollars from money in politics, where does the money in politics go? It goes to TV ads. So you think those TV stations are going to turn down billions of dollars in revenue to get our democracy back? They don't care about that. So of course they're not going to be on your side. So, but those naysayers, here's what they don't understand. We always win. So in the short run, can we get setbacks? Of course. In the short run, does power and establishment win from time to time? Of course. But Martin Luther King had a great saying about this. Wrong forever on the throne, truth forever on the scaffold, but that scaffold sways a future. And that scaffold is right here, and we're ready to sway the future today. So, when we fought for civil rights, we won. When we fought for women's rights, we won. When we fought for gay rights, we won. And when we fight to get our democracy back, we're going to win. This is the beginning of that victory. So when we march today, it's going to be a victory march. So we have been under siege for a long time by the establishment. It's now time for us to put them under siege. So the first thing I ever said at Occupy when I launched Wolfpack was, they're not coming for us anymore, we're coming for them. And here you are coming for them right now, today. One final thing for you guys. Women's rights movement seemed absolutely impossible. They were naysayers back then, there were critics back then, and they said, how in the world are you going to get women the right to vote when they can't vote in the first place? It's impossible. And we did that too. So when they tell you today that it's impossible, don't believe them. The whole point is to try to discourage you. But I see you today, our wonderful brothers and sisters here today, and you are not discouraged. And the women's rights movement took 70 years, but what they don't tell you is, from the first day that they were in the streets, it only took 7 years to get that impossible amendment. And it turned out that it was possible, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So, and here we are in the streets, just like they did it, and it's great to see all of you here, and this is just the beginning. And I want to ask you one more time, whose house is that? Whose house? Our house. Whose house? Our house. Let's go on to a victory march.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody. All right. Please join me in welcoming our next speaker to the stage. Terry O'Neill is a feminist attorney, professor, and activist for social justice with a distinguished history of fighting for intersectional justice from racial and economic equality to pushing for a constitutional equality for women. She's the president of NOW, which is the National Organization for Women. Please join me in giving it up for Terry O'Neill.
Good morning. On behalf of the National Organization for Women, I am thrilled to be here to welcome you, to say we are working together to change our future, and we know we can do it by working together. You know, the statement of purpose in our bylaws says that the NOW's purpose is to take action through intersectional grassroots organizing to lead societal change and build a feminist future, which will include all of us. Now, what do we mean exactly when we say we are going to be doing intersectional grassroots organizing? For one thing, when we work for gender justice, we will not be colorblind. We will ask the question, any kind of policy we're looking at, how does that impact my sisters of color? How does that impact my LGBTQ sisters? How does that impact transgender women of color? What is the unemployment rate? What is the homelessness rate? If we were looking at any single policy, we look to the margins and put the margins at the center of our work. That is the dedication. And that is why NOW is so adamant about overturning Citizens United and getting money out of politics. These voter suppression laws, including an amendment to the Constitution of the United States to say every citizen of this country is guaranteed the right to vote. So I want to tell you very specifically why that's so important for women. When you ask yourself, what are these voter suppression laws specifically doing to women? Well, let's begin the analysis with this. Women work a lifetime at unequal pay, and that unequal pay, a large part of it is a ridiculously low, in fact, a poverty level minimum wage. 2/3 of minimum wage workers in the United States are women. 70% of tipped workers in the United States are women. Tipped workers minimum wage, a lot of people don't know this. The tipped workers minimum wage is $2.13. Very disproportionately, tipped workers are women of color, and their gross revenue is less than $6 because of this low minimum wage that is only for tipped workers.
Why get a job?
Why get a job? How are you going to support your family? And by the way, in 40% of families, women are the primary or sole breadwinner. When you are facing these economic injustices across the board, economic injustices that are more deeply felt by women of color, immigrant women, and LGBTQ women than women who look like me, now you look at the voter suppression laws, and what do you find? Well, a key part of voter suppression laws are voter ID laws. Women are more likely to change their names. So it takes extra time and extra resources to find not only your birth certificate, but then your marriage certificate, and very often your divorce decree, to go and prove to skeptical agents that you actually are entitled to vote in this country. It is outrageous, and it is a burden that falls disproportionately on the people with the fewest resources to make that proof. We don't accept that voter suppression, and we are going to change it by taking back our country. about how that voter suppression system got into North Carolina, how it gets into Ohio, how it gets into Florida. That happens because of money in politics.
Too much money, too much money.
Way too much money in politics. Now, in theory, a rich guy like Charles Koch or David Koch, in theory, they could use their money to help elect progressive candidates, couldn't they? Reality is, the Koch brothers will always use their money to elect conservatives. And what do conservative legislators do as soon as they get into office? You look at what has happened. What happened in 2010 and 2011 and 2012 and on to today. Conservative legislators at the state and federal level are waging an abominable war on women. That is what happens to women. They are determined to block the $15 minimum wage. We are determined to achieve $15 because that will help women. But with money in politics, you have politicians that want to block that minimum wage. With money in politics, we have politicians that are trying to block women from access abortion care. 1 in 3 of us, 1 in 3 women will have an abortion by the age of 45. It is a common and necessary aspect of our basic reproductive health care. These conservative politicians are also trying to block us from accessing birth control, where 99% of sexually active women in this country utilize birth control at some time.
Yes!
What does it mean when a woman can't access basic reproductive health care? She can't keep that lousy job she's got.
That's right!
She can't determine the number and spacing of her pregnancies. How is she going to manage her career? How is she going to manage keeping the job she has? How is she going to decide what kind of family she has and then support her family in dignity and in economic security? We must get money out of politics because that is the only way we will begin to elect more progressive politicians who will put our policies first, who will put our needs and our interests first. So women are with you. I know I've way overstepped my time and I apologize, but I do get excited about this.
That's how abortion should be. Safe, available, and rare.
Money ain't speech, corporations aren't people.
Money ain't speech, corporations aren't people.
I said money ain't speech, corporations aren't people.
Money ain't speech, corporations aren't people.
Democracy spring, the people's voice will be heard.
Democracy spring, the voices will be heard.
Democracy spring, sit and sit and.
Democracy spring, sit and sit and.
1 person, 1 vote.
1 person, 1 vote.
Listen up and take note.
Listen up and take note.
Non-violent action.
Non-violent action
It's the people's hope.
is the people's hope.
Gotta give the people 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 hope.
I said money ain't speech, corporations aren't people.
Money ain't speech, corporations aren't people.
I said money ain't speech, corporations aren't people.
Money ain't speech, corporations aren't people.
Democracy spring, the movement's coming to you.
Democracy spring, the movement's coming to you.
Democracy spring, stand up, stand up.
Democracy spring, stand up, stand up.
Sit and sit and
Sit and sit and.
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 democracy
Spring!
democracy
Spring!
democracy
Spring!
what
You guys are awesome. I'm so excited how many of you are here. I'm so excited about the energy in this space. I'm also excited to introduce you to some more speakers. Next up, we have Patrick Carolyn. Patrick works at the intersection of faith, climate justice, and getting money out of politics. He's an executive director of the Franciscan Action Network, co-founder of the Global Catholic Climate Movement, and Faithful Democracy. Please join me in welcoming him.
Thank you and welcome. What is our faith and our words, our history worth if not translated into action and sacrifice? That was actually a quote that we came up with several years ago when a whole group of us, a couple blocks from here, did a 30-day hunger fast for immigration. My brother Umi, who's speaking next, was there also. And we did a 30-day fast of just water to protest our immigration policies.
Thank you.
Closer, okay. How's that, better? Great. You know, I'm part of the Franciscan family. We're used to being really quiet and meditative. Again, I welcome you, people from many different faiths and spiritual traditions, community leaders, labor leaders, young and old, people of all colors and all sexualities, joining together to bring a prophetic voice and action to raise awareness, to bring about an end to the corruption of big money in politics. To work together for a free and fair election in which every American has an equal voice. As people of faith, we recognize the responsibility of government to seek justice for all people and to build the common good. Justice cannot be achieved unless the rules governing the democratic process are just and fair. Or unless the rules governing the democratic process are just and fair for all. Central to that process is a citizen's vote, not limited by power of money, social class, and unequal access to public media. I know that today, many of you are going to risk arrest. I won't be able to join you today. I'll be here next Monday, where a whole group of faith leaders are also going to risk arrest. I'll be thinking about you today. Save some space in the jail cells for us. I often get asked the question, why? Why, as a person of faith, do I participate in civil disobedience? Why do I do things like go on hunger fasts? I get asked the question of, why should faith leaders even care about this issue?
Tell us.
Shouldn't we really just be interested in saving souls?
No, tell
and isn't there a separation of church and faith? I tell people that I do this because for me this is prayer.
Yes.
This is how I pray.
Yes.
This is how I live my faith. I do it because this is what Jesus did. This is what St. Francis of Assisi did. When Jesus turned the tables over in the temple, when Jesus healed on the Sabbath, which he did every single time he healed was on the Sabbath, he was committing acts of civil disobedience. St. Francis got naked in a public square to protest the inequality of income among the people. I'm not suggesting that y'all go over and get naked, by the way, but...
Why not? Street.
We all thought it out one time, but we thought, nah, not a good idea. So we need to rewrite our story. We need to rewrite our story to a story of interbeing, of connectiveness, not a story of separation. We need to rewrite our story as spiritual people so that we have a story that tells us that people are not considered illegal because they want to come for a better life. That we want a story that tells us that children are not sold into slavery so we can have cheap cell phones and cheap coffee and cheap chocolate. We want a story where we can, it's not controlled, that our government is not controlled by a few wealthy people, and that our laws are made to protect them at the expense of the rest of us, where people's voting rights are not taken away, and racism is rare and not prevalent. Money has always played a key role in electoral politics, but what kind of role it plays should be the subject to regulation that reflect ethical and democratic values. Most important, it is necessary to have policy safeguards which ensure that more than just the wealthiest interest groups have a voice in the public sphere. A broad spectrum of faith traditions share religious teachings that recognize each person as a gift of the Creator and emphasizes the human dignity of each and every person. Every person should not only have the right to vote, but he or she should have the right to speak and to be heard. Every person, our shared teachings tell us, should be able to contribute his or her ideas to shaping of our democratic government and the policies it adopts. We support the democratic process, which was founded on the concept that the best solutions of problems come from the marketplace of ideas where everyone can contribute. But these contributions can be nearly meaningless when they're drowned out by a few wealthy people. For Christians, this issue should be very simple. It could not be any clearer than it says in Matthew 6 that you cannot worship both God and money. As people, and by the way, we should be telling all of the members of Congress who claim to be Christian, just tell them that. Every single one of them, tell them that. As people, and by the way, about 95% of the people in Congress claim to be Christian. And I really use that word claim to. So, as people of faith, we experience firsthand the results that unlimited money has on, whether it be on immigration reform, gun safety, voting rights, climate justice, and the ability to have an open and honest discussion on any of these issues. As spiritual people, we're called to create a beloved community. We're called to care for the poor and marginalized. Yet it becomes impossible to create a loving community, a common home, when the partisan divide in America is fueled by attack ads funded by private interest groups who are unaccountable and unidentifiable. A beloved community cannot be created when corporate funding supports systematic building of private prison systems or works to deny certain classes of people the right to vote. A beloved community is not one where wealthy voices are the only ones that are heard. Catholic social teachings tell us that nature of the public common good should be focused on the needs of those most vulnerable in society. As money begins to weigh more than our own voices and views, people in the pews see the country losing its hold on democracy. Recent polls have shown that 80% of registered voters across all party affiliations said they believe that our political system is corrupt and needs reform. Pope Francis, in discussing the role of money, said, "We've created new idols of the golden calf of old and found a new heartless image in the cult of money and a dictatorship of an economy which is faithless and lacking any true humane goals." Pope Francis also said, "We have a culture of disposal where human beings themselves are considered as consumer goods which can be used and thrown away." And so, as the St. John Chrysostom, a 4th century Catholic theologian, said, "Not to share one's goods with the poor is to rob them and to deprive them of life. It is not our goods that we possess, but theirs." So faith communities are in a unique position to address money in politics due to their commitment to make sure that the voices of those in need are not ignored. Our system of government becomes increasingly beholden to those who can afford to spend the most in elections. The less the voices of the poor and their allies can be heard. All it takes, though, is one good person to restore hope. One. It's all of us. Money in politics is not just a political issue, it's a moral issue. In his encyclical, Pope Laudato Si, Pope Francis called for a bold cultural revolution. Kind of an interesting thing for a pope to be calling for a revolution. He's been traveling around the world calling for that. So let's be part of that revolution. Let's begin that revolution today. Thank you. Pace bene.
Keep it going for Patrick, everybody. Awesome, awesome. I have another amazing speaker to introduce y'all to. Please join me in welcoming Umi Selah. Umi is the co-founder of the Dream Defenders, an organization committed to shifting the culture through transformational organizing, dedicated to building a community of love and reconciliation, and training and organizing young people in nonviolent civil disobedience, transformative organizing, and direct action. Umi, everyone.
Repeat after me, what a time to be alive. What a time.
What a time.
To be alive.
To be alive.
What a time.
What a time.
To be alive.
To be alive.
We are certainly in unprecedented times. For even as the right wing seeks to annex and usurp the democratic process of our country, we find from every crack and crevice of this country, from every sewer, from every gutter, from every margin, that the left is rising. That people are standing up in every corner of this country and saying, no more to the corporate class. No more to the billionaire class. And even as our voices are rising from every nook and cranny of this soon-to-be great country, there are people that say that we have no right to be here. There are people that say we are wasting our time. There are people that say that we are asking for far too much, too fast. And we say to those people, we are only asking, we are only demanding everything that was promised to us. We say to them that we take our charge not just from our rights as human beings, but from the document that they hold so dear and great. That we hold these rights to be self-evident. That all men and women and siblings are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights amongst these life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And in order to secure these, governments are instituted amongst people to secure their rights, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That when any of these governments become destructive of these ends, it is the duty of the people to what? To abolish it. To abolish it. Or to abort it. Repeat after me. We are here to either abolish it or abort it. Why? Because the Constitution told us to. And so we stand here to say no more. We are rising up. And all we need is power. Transformation. And miracles. We want it. We need it. We got to have it. Right now. Right now. Power. Transformation. And miracles. We want it. We want it. We need it. We need it. We got to have it. Right now. Right now. Revolution before revenue. Community before corporations. And all power to the people.
All right. There we go. Okay, I want to welcome Patrick back to the stage to give us a quick blessing before we continue with our program. Patrick? Oh, yeah. Andrew. Yeah. Both. Woo!
You've been blessed, but I'm over here with you. You can get part of it.
No,
We spent a lot of time not eating and just drinking water 2 years ago. And we spent a lot of time talking in a tent while we were doing all that. So we became very close and brothers. So I want him up here with me. There we go. So I want to just read a quick passage from James, from the Christian Bible. Thank you. Okay. Come now, you rich, weep and howl for the miseries that are coming upon you. Your riches have rotted, and your garments are moth-eaten. Your gold and silver have corroded, and their corrosion will be evident against you, and will eat your flesh like fire. You have laid up treasures in the last day. Behold, the wages of the laborer who have moved your fields, which you kept back by fraud, are crying out against you. And the cries of the harvesters have reached the ears of the Lord of hosts. You have lived on the earth in luxury and self-indulgence. You have fattened your hearts in a day of slaughter. So let's go forth and let's, in the spirit of all of spirituality, spirit of the universe, let's go forth and start the revolution. Let's go forth and carry forward what Pope Francis said, a bold cultural revolution. And in whatever faith tradition we practice or don't practice, let's do it together, do it as one. Amen.
All right, y'all. We got a couple more people to hear from. I'd love to welcome to the stage Adam Green, who is the co-founder of Progressive Change Campaign Committee, a 1 million member advocacy group. Adam.
Hello. I'm Adam Green with the Progressive Change Campaign Committee, and let me ask you, who is ready to tell the billionaires and the corporations no more buying elections? Who is ready to tell Congress and the Supreme Court that we need to reverse and overturn Citizens United? And who is ready to tell Congress and a lot of Republican state legislators that we need to protect voting rights? That is what binds us here together today. And I want to start off by acknowledging and thanking the people who marched from Philadelphia to Washington, D.C. the last 10 days. Raise your hand if you're one of them. Raise your hand. Thank those people. I was proud to join with you yesterday and met so many amazing people. I was there with my dog, Sweet Pea. Also want to thank the people who have given, in some cases, days, in some cases, weeks, in some cases, months, and in at least one case, years, to organizing this event. The organizers, thank you so much for everything you've done leading up to this event. Raise your hand if you're one of the organizers or volunteers for this event. Many people over here, raise your hand. Now, the reason that the work of the marchers and the work of the organizers and volunteers is so important is that they have created a foundation upon which we all stand today. They have put oxygen in the room for our issues to get attention. Already we have seen media from MSNBC to NPR to Vice to the Philadelphia Inquirer to international media already covering just the events of past days. And look at all the media that are here today standing on the foundation that's been created. The marchers and the organizers have empowered groups like ours to email our million members with visuals over the last week of amazing marchers in the streets taking back their democracy. They've empowered over 100 organizations who were part of this next week, telling their members, you need to get to DC. And the images that we all tweet out, and Facebook out, and Friendster out maybe today, to our friends will actually inspire others who are on the fence to come and join us for the entire next week. So let's make sure we're diligent about telling others just how amazing this action is. And we all know a lot of people that care about a lot of issues, and a key point for everyone to remember and for the media to report is that the reason campaign finance reform and voting rights are so important is because our success on these issues are key to our progress on every single other issue. If we allow all Americans to vote, and if we get big money out of politics, that makes our jobs infinitely easier. If we care about Wall Street accountability, jailing Wall Street bankers who broke the law, taking on the big oil companies and doing something about climate change, taking on the for-profit prisons and passing reform of our criminal justice laws, taking on the for-profit colleges who have so much money and doing something about education in this country and student debt. Every military-industrial complex, taking on the industrial complex, which impacts wars and impacts lives and impacts trillions of dollars that could be invested in our communities. Every one of these other issues, our life becomes infinitely easier if we're successful today, and that's why it's so important that we're here. So my final point is, so why will this tangibly make a difference? Well, first, our goal is to change the conversation and force Congress and lawmakers to act on the people's agenda. And through a show of force, by coming here and not going away, by the media reporting on the actions of all of us together and us doing it through social media, again, we are putting oxygen in the room for this set of issues to thrive. And we are forcing presidential candidates and Senate candidates and House candidates and senators and House members and legislators to all be accountable to us, the people. Who's in? We are here together, and this is so special. You know, I was part of Occupy DC and Occupy Wall Street and was proud to do some civil disobedience then, but this is the first time that I'm doing civil disobedience with the intent of risking arrest. And it's great to see so many armbands around here. And I gotta say, you know, if there's ever a time in life to do it, I can think of no more important set of issues. I can think of no better organized effort. And I can think of no better set of people to do this with. So let's do it together, people, for our democracy. Thank you so much.
No, unless they gave it out as a training, possibly. Yeah, I didn't go to show.
All right. How's everybody feeling? Yeah. Awesome. I just want to make a quick note. I know a lot of you are live streaming, you're tweeting, you're getting the message out, and we encourage you to do that. We want to see your pictures. We want your friends to see your pictures. So if you want to tweet anything at us, we are at DemSpring. Please hashtag all your pictures, all your videos, hashtag Democracy Spring, or alternately, hashtag Spring is coming. But let's be real, spring's already here, right? Yeah! All right, I got a couple more speakers for you today. The next is going to be Cynthia Murray. Cynthia is the founder of Our Walmart, an organization by workers for workers. Despite intimidation from Walmart, Cynthia continues to fearlessly stand up for rights, safety, and dignity for workers everywhere. Please join me in welcoming her to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are so proud to be here today. Give our welcome to some of our workers that aren't afraid to stand up in the face of the I am a Walmart worker. I work in Laurel, Maryland, and I'm a founder of Our Walmart. Years of low pay and seeing my co-workers mistreated by abusive managers inspired us to form Our Walmart. I use my voice at Walmart to fight for the hours we need to survive and to make Walmart a better workplace. Using our voice to vote is at the center of our idea of democracy. Corporations like Walmart use their deep pockets to drown out the voices of the people like me and my fellow associates. I'm here with two associates who were legally fired for speaking up. Walmart, the biggest corporate spender by a wide margin, ensured the company's control over politics that would regulate things like the minimum wage. Walmart can keep our wages low and subvert our political system in the process. Walmart uses their political influence to create policies that favor them. The Waltons want to use their money to silence us in the voting polls and silence us at our workplaces. That is why we are here today, to fight, to protect our democracy. Thank you.
All right, folks, we got one more speech and we're going to get ready to go. How does that sound? Yeah! I would love to introduce you to Kai Newkirk. Kai is a progressive organizer and activist. He's a co-founder of 99 Rise, which works to reclaim our democracy, and he helped launch the Democracy Spring movement that's brought us here today. Kai Newkirk.
Everybody feeling? Are you ready to march? Yeah! Are you ready to take back the people's house? Yeah! Can you feel that spring is here? Yeah!
Now, when we say that spring is here for our democracy, it's not just because the planet is turning. It's because we, the people, have the power when we stand together, and we are coming together today to say no more to the defenders of the status quo of corruption in our country. Are you with me? Yeah! I want to say just a few words about what brings us here today. That we are here because we insist on the truth of the words that say that all people are created equal. That's not just words. That's not just a sentence written down somewhere. It's something that's true in our hearts. And if that is true, then we must demand that we have as equals an equal voice in our government. We are here to defend our freedom, because the condition of freedom is participation in power. Because if you don't have a say, if you don't participate meaningfully in power, then someone else is ruling you. Then someone else is your master. And in this country, we rule ourselves. But we're also here because we simply demand a future. We demand life. And we know that if we don't have a democracy that works for us all, if we don't have a government that represents all of us, that is a tool to solve our problems, then the crises that we face today as a people threaten our very future. They threaten the possibility of life for the children and grandchildren of those who are here today. And we have to be real about this, that if we don't save our democracy, that those of you who are grandparents here today, you won't be able to look into the eyes of your grandchildren and say that when they are grown, they will grow up on a planet that is capable of supporting life, and we can't accept that. We can't accept that when we come with a demand so urgent to the people's house and to those who would represent us, that they will turn a blind eye and say, that's not even real. We'll do nothing about that. We cannot accept that. And today we say, no more. No more. Our demand is simple. We say to those who would be the people's representatives that they must listen to us. The vast majority of the American people, progressive, conservative, independent, agree that we should have a government in which all of us have an equal voice, where it's not the big money of billionaires that matter, it's the votes of everyday people. And we are saying to them, there are solutions. There are ways to solve this problem. They're sitting in Congress collecting dust. And we do not accept that when they have the power to solve this problem, they refuse to lift a finger. We are here today to say, you must use that power. You must take action immediately to end this corruption of big money in politics and ensure free and fair elections that give us all an equal voice, and you must do it now. Now I know what the pundits say. They say that that's not going to happen, right? The conventional wisdom is that with Republican leadership, nothing is going to happen. But I submit to you today that we are not called here by allegiance to the conventional wisdom, by concerns for what is expedient. The demands of conscience are to ask what is right. The demands of the people are to say what is just. The demands are to say what is true to the principles that they claim to represent. And so we say that from this day forth, inaction on this crisis is inexcusable. You must make a choice. To every member of Congress, to every candidate for any office in our country, they must decide, will you stand on the side of the people, on the side of democracy, or on the side of big money and corruption? And to those who will defend the status quo of corruption, we send a very clear message today. There will be a political price to pay. And when we go to the people's house today, bringing our bodies, bringing the hopes and dreams of millions of people around this country and even the world who desperately need that this government will represent them, that this government will represent the voices, the needs, the dreams of everyone in our country, not just the billionaire class. When we go there and we bring that message, we will say, we will not leave We will not get up. We will not walk away until you solve this problem or you send us all to jail. And if day after day, they have to send hundreds of patriotic defenders of democracy to jail instead of simply doing their job and solving this problem and fixing our broken system, it will send a message to people in this country that this Congress, that this government must be changed. And we send a message to everyone in our country who needs a government that represents us all, that this house is your house too. And now is the time to stand up and to take it back. We say to the children in Flint, Michigan, this house is your house too. We say to the families of the miners who died in West Virginia, this house is your house too. We say to the young men and women that are incarcerated in the system of new Jim Crow in our society, this house is your house too. And we say to the billionaire class and the 1% that think that after generations of blood, sweat, and tears shed to realize the promise of democracy that we will let it be taken away. No, this government and this country belongs to all of us. And so we are reaching out to everyone in our country who sees this. If you see this video on Facebook, if you're watching the news and you see that there are hundreds of people who have come here today to take back the people's house, we say to you, join us! The people who are gathered here today don't have any more strength or courage than you do. They're not better people than you are. That you have the same power that is in every heart and mind and body that is here. And don't let anyone tell you that you're too old to take a stand and take back the people's house. We know the story of Granny D. She was 88, 89, 90 years old when she walked from California to Washington, D.C. with the campaign finance reform sign on her chest. If she wasn't too old, you're not too old. We know the story of the school children in Birmingham who marched in the streets and faced down the police dogs and the fire hoses because they wanted to end Jim Crow. If they weren't too young, you're not too young. We know the story of undocumented young people, dreamers, who went and risked deportation to sit in at the Senate to win protection for all migrants. If they didn't have too much to risk, you don't have too much to risk. And we know when we search our hearts and we say that in some other time people had so much more to fight for than we do, that when we acknowledge the truth, that everyone we love, that the principles that we love, that the places that we love are all at risk if we don't win a democracy that works for us all, we have to acknowledge that if they didn't have too much to fight for and win, that we don't either. That we have to step up now because everything that we care about is on the line. Are you with me? Yeah! Will you stand up? Are we ready to march? Yeah! Are we ready to take back the people's house? Yeah! And when we say that, it's not because we're naive and we don't understand the history of this country. When we say take it back, it doesn't mean that we imagine there was a time in the past when it was truly the people's house. It's because we acknowledge that there's a place in our hearts where it is the people's house. That there is a principle that is true that we believe in that says it must be the people's house. And we are here today to say that even if it hasn't been in the past, that in our lives, in our time, by our effort, democracy in our country will be real at last. Are you ready to walk? Are you ready to march? Will you sit in? We will say no more. This is the people's house. It's our house. It's our democracy. This is our country. No more. Spring is here. 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 Thank you.
Y'all ready to do this?
All right, you just heard that spring is
All right,
here.
so what we're gonna do is
They're going
this.
to start marching to Capitol
In
Hill.
this
So
brick region over here,
let's follow
we
suit.
are going to gather and line up behind the giant Democracy Spring banner. We're going to hang out there, we're going to get ourselves together, and once that banner starts moving, we're going to start marching, okay? Yeah! Y'all ready? Yeah!
So as you can see, tons of people here. Great signs. This looks like Code Pink. Say hi. Hello, Medea. How are you? This is incredible. Can you just talk about why Code Pink is here trying to get money out of politics?
We've been trying to end wars, and you can't end wars when Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman and Raytheon are giving money to Congress every year, and that money goes to endless war. So we see it in our work. We see it in the work to try to address the climate catastrophe. We see it in the work to get raise the minimum wage to a living wage. In all different areas that we care about, we see that money in politics stops us from getting the kind of policies we want in the country we want to live in.
Are any of the folks here risking arrest? Sit-ins?
Yeah.
Okay. So what has sort of been the mood here? Can you describe a little bit about what it's like to be here?
We're excited that there's so many people here that are willing to risk arrest, that are here to tell Congress that we're fed up with this system and that we're taking back our democracy. And this is the beginning. The sun is coming out. It's starting to warm up. It really is democracy spring.
And we're not only talking about Republican legislators here, right? You guys will be going to Democrats' offices as well as Republicans.
Yes, in fact, we're going to be doing a tour of the lobby, the Congress people who get the most money from the lobby groups around the war issues, and they're Democrats and Republicans. So we feel that it's important to protest both because they both have become complicit with this system, and they both get so many millions of dollars from big oil and from the lobbyists for the war machine. And so we definitely are going to look at both the Democrats and Republicans and tell them enough.
Great. Medea Benjamin of Code Pink, thank you so much. And we'll certainly follow you guys. You can't miss all of this. This is incredible. All right. All right.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. If you look. Over there. Everyone point. Over there. Everyone's walking. Towards the Capitol.
All right, we're going to walk towards the Capitol.
Let's go.
Try to talk some folks on the way. Excuse me, sir. I see you have an armband. Does that mean you are risking arrest today? Okay, would you like to just tell me why you are taking that risk?
Primarily for my children, for a better future, get money out of politics. There's so many things that are just upside down right now in the world. There's too much money in politics, too much influence.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. All right, let's keep trekking.
I work with Public Citizen, and we advocate against 15. We advocate against 15 people using 15 passenger vans. Yet we're trying to figure out how to get people to democracy awakening. So we just officially safety.
Oh, okay.
But we actually, so basically we just disavowed our involvement in organizing the 15 passenger vans coming out.
So as you can see, there are hundreds of people here, and the guess is that it's just going to keep on getting bigger. This is the plan. Every day this week, there will be actions here on Capitol Hill. And it's really remarkable. More than 100 organizations have come together to put together this event, Democracy Spring. Interestingly enough, it was raining earlier today, and you can see now the sun is out, it's shining, and people are saying spring is here. All right, we're going to continue walking. Sorry, we're going to go over here. All right, I want to catch up with Adam. Hello, hello. Jessica Devereux with the Real News Network.
Hey,
how's it going?
Good.
So, so I heard your speech earlier, really a rallying cry for folks to get out there and come join this revolution. Can you just talk about why this is such an important issue for you?
Yes, well, this is the only issue, because unless you win on this issue, you're going to lose on every other issue. So they bought our government, and the donors get everything that they want, and the voters get nothing that they want. So unless you win on this, you're not going to win on anything else. We have to do this first. We've all got to unite together to make sure we get our democracy back.
So there are 4 bills that they're pushing for. Why do you think voting rights in particular should be key to all of this, not just getting money out of politics, but voting rights?
Right, so I care most about money out of politics because I think voting rights will come from that. But of course, voting rights is enormously important because that's central to our democracy. If you can't vote, then you don't have a voice. So we're not going to tolerate people's voices being taken away. So voting rights is critical.
And we're targeting both Republicans and Democrats here, right? They're
Absolutely. Unfortunately, the corruption is systemic. So it's not that they're evil people. It's that we've set up a system where they're encouraged to take legalized bribes, and 95% of the time, the one that takes the most bribes wins. So we've got to end that system. That, of course, affects Democrats as well as Republicans.
All right. Thank you so much,
All right,
Jessica. Nice meeting you.
Thank you.
He was in Baltimore the other day.
He was just going around hugging everybody.
We have taxi drivers here.
Let's go.
A lot of support.
Let's go.
I'll give you my card.
Let's go, ladies. Let's go.
Less expensive than Daniel Day-Lewis, and he's a Brit anyway.
Pretty much, they're pretty good.
You got Seattle against legalized corruption. Did you guys come down from Seattle?
All right. Let's continue our walk here. We have a great sign here, no taxation without representation. So can you talk a little bit about why you're here today?
Sure. Me personally, I'm here because this is a power movement of the people, that it's important for all people to be represented.
Okay, so at the heart of that, you have to get money out of politics. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what we're here for.
Okay, and you're with Represent.us?
Yes, Represent Us.
Okay, what does that organization actually do?
Sure, we are designed to use the people power movement to get corruption out of politics and make our elections more accountable and transparent at the local, state, and federal level.
Great. Can I ask you who funds you? Who backs you guys?
Well, we're actually mostly volunteer-based.
Okay, so, and are you a volunteer as well?
Yes.
Okay. Great, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
All right, they're telling us that we have to be on this side of the street.
Hold on.
Judy! Democracy looks like. This is what 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 democracy looks like.
Police officer.
Umi? Hi, I'm Jessica Devereux with the Real News Network.
Okay.
Do you mind if I chat with you?
Yeah, we chat with the crew here.
Okay, cool. So
these folks have been the march the whole time. Been here for 2.5 weeks. She led the march. Was leading with Dylan.
you guys came from Philly. You walked the outright march from Philly.
Yeah.
Wow. What would inspire you to do something like that?
I mean, I think it comes from the tradition of this country and the tradition of civil disobedience. We walk in the footsteps of those who marched before us. We know that we have a new system of oppression that's getting more sophisticated every day, and we know that if we don't bring back that element of protest that actually established this country as a country, then we have no shot at supporting the people who are the most stepped on and the most marginalized.
So essentially, we have our rights today because some people fought for them. They were not given to us.
Right.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Go for it. Umi, I was going to ask you specifically. I've heard you've done a lot of work with immigration issues. It sounded like, and now you're focused on campaign finance reform. Why specifically this issue?
Well, to the immigration question, I've taken part in actions around immigration, but I'm following the lead of organizations like United We Dream and Florida Immigrant Coalition. And the reason myself or anyone takes part in these actions and organize around these issues is because they speak to the fundamental rights of human beings that are denied in this country every single day. And so when we talk about campaign finance reform, we talk about immigration, those are buckets of issues that kind of split people along organizational affiliations, but at the heart of it is the fact that this country was built on lies, and it put forth a narrative that it was a place of opportunity, a place of equality, and those things have never been, and it's always been people like us who have pushed the country to be what it claimed it was going to be.
Live up to its promise.
Yes.
Understood. All right, let's talk a little bit more about how this coalition of organization plans to actually get money out of politics. Are you familiar with the legislation that is being advocated for?
There's 4 bills right now that are oppressing voters, so all 4 of those bills we're demanding for them to turn those over and reverse them.
Do you know what policies are in them? What specifically would it do?
I'm not so familiar with.
This is a response to the gutting of the Voting Rights Act of 2013, as well as things like Citizens United that have established money as free speech and corporations as people, and therefore have allowed elections to be purchased. What we think is that we ought to have our elected officials wearing on their suit jackets the companies that have put them in the places that they are in. We know that when you're living in a country where there's 2 parties, the Democrats and the Republicans, and that each party puts out a candidate each election cycle that has the same top 10 funders of the campaign, you know there's really no difference between those 2 parties. And you know that those parties are not going to do anything for the people, again, who are the most marginalized. Those young people, those poor people, those queer people, those people of color that are really, whose backs and ancestors' backs we've built this country. And we just believe now that if we're able to show this force, that if we're able to show that people are willing to put their bodies on the line to establish free and fair elections and to get big money corruption out of politics, then we can catapult and galvanize more support for the issue and support things like getting 11 million undocumented people permanent protection, dignity, and respect. We can support things that are going on in the movement for Black Lives. We can support things that are going on in emergent movements like If Not Now, which is focused on ending the occupation in Palestine and reclaiming a Judaism that stands for freedom and dignity for all. These are the sorts of popular movements we think we're supporting by doing the show of force this week at the nation's capital. We think it's highly symbolic. We think that it's going to tear into the moral consciousness of the American public, and we'll see what results at the end of this week.
I'm curious to find out how you guys actually were able to get so many groups involved. Do you know about that a bit? How did this actually come together?
I can only speak from my experience. You know, most of the organizers that set this up and built this have been working together for some time. Some since Seattle, some since Miami. So this is not just a flash in the pan. This is the result of years and years and years and years of building resistance movements. And this is just a showing of those relationships. And this is actually just a small sample of really what's been going on. The media just started to pay attention. But since the history of this country, there's been a resistance movement, and this is just an example of it. To the logistics of how we got people here, I can't speak so much about that, but rely on Dylan because he's been here.
Okay.
Yeah, we were able to put together a coalition of over 100 organizations that does include AFL-CIO, National Organization for Women, Move On, and many other organizations, United States Student Association, Energy Action Coalition, and folks really just threw down on this major idea that we would do this 140-mile march from the Liberty Bell to the U.S. Capitol, that there we would sit in and day out demanding that Congress support us or arrest us. That is, take immediate action to establish free and fair elections and end big money corruption, or they'll have to take us away in chains.
So you're risking arrest?
That's correct.
Are you scared at all?
Sure. I think, I walk with my brother Umi right here, right now, and I think building relationships with people like him and others who have shown me that there is a reason and a duty to put our bodies on the line. I think for me, it's just the next step in my trajectory and in bringing some meaning to my life, as I can't sit by idly and watch my people be stepped on in the way in which they're being stepped on every day right now.
What about you, Umi?
No, I'm not afraid. Every day living as a black person in this country, you're under fear of arrest or worse. So, no, this is just another day.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen, so much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, we will certainly be tracking what develops. Thank you.
And Didi.
Yeah, they try to get away.
Trying to jump away from
Okay, I will track them on. Oh, I will track them down. Thank you, guys. All right. Look at this T-shirt. More democracy, less Stasi. We have folks there, people you heard, folks who are scared, folks who, like Umi said, being a black man in America, this is the reality. We face that risk every day.
This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Really not that far. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
It is very, very windy right now.
Democracy looks like.
We're hearing some of the chanting. This is what democracy looks like. People in the streets. Traffic has come to a halt here in D.C. Hundreds of people are in the street right now. And they're going to the People's House and they're demanding to speak with the members. And if they do not get a meeting with them, they will be staging sit-ins and risking arrest. actually approaching the Supreme Court. As you can see, that building over there.
Everyone, this is what democracy looks like. Can I get an amen with that? This is what democracy looks like. Who has the power? This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy.
Let's try to speak to one of the representatives.
This is what democracy looks like.
Hello, I'm Jessica Devereaux with the Real News Network.
I'm Cynthia Murray.
Cynthia, so you are part of Our Walmart for Respect.
I am a founder of Our Walmart.
Okay, can you just speak to why this issue matters so much as a worker for Walmart?
Because we need democracy. We need to have a right and a voice in our workplace. And they can't continue to silence us. We won't be silenced. We will continue to bring our issue to the public and let the people decide.
And the Walton family specifically, what do they have to do with getting money out of politics?
With all the deep pockets that they got, they can pay off the policies like minimum wage. We need 15 an hour. You know, we need good jobs. 15 an hour would make the economy go around. It's already been proven. So Walmart needs to take care of their workers. And to take care of their workers, to take care of their company. You know, we're shareholders as well. We also look out for our communities, and so they need to be friendly with their communities as well.
Okay. And how successful has Our Walmart been to actually get more workers to join your movement?
We've been out here for 4 years. We are a private, independent organization, and we're across the country. Social media has worked for us greatly. So we have 1.4 million workers in the country. But we just don't do the U.S. We also have stood with the Bangladesh workers. So it's not just about us. But we know if we can change Walmart, we can change our country to a better direction, and it's been proven. So our workers in California, they have stood up for the 15 and full time. We got it. They have stood up for sick time, and that's what we're fighting for now, is because workers are so afraid to take a day off. They come to work almost passing out from being sick with a fever and more because we're only allowed to have 9 points. Every absence that you have is a point. So 3 points, come on, as they say now, you fire yourself after 9 points. How is that right? You know, people, we have families. We need to take care of them.
And the hours, Walmart is sort of infamous for having erratic hours for people, so your schedule is all over the place.
Yeah, well, the ones that don't have a permanent schedule, they do whatever they want with them. And it's not right, because they need to make the schedules friendly for all of us. I mean, you know, we got kids, we got older family, you know, that needs help. And so if you don't make a friendly schedule, how do you get things done?
Can I ask, what has been the response of Walmart management for you guys standing up and taking a stand?
One of our workers.
Yeah, hi, I'm Jessica. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So can you just tell me a little bit about what it's been like now that you're a member of Our Walmart for Respect? How has management responded?
Sometimes it's hard because some of the managers sometimes don't like it, baby. The managers don't like you standing up and fighting for your freedom. So you get like a cold shoulder, or you don't get promoted in a position that you qualify for, but you don't get promoted for it. So that's tough. Because you're steady fighting, but that's not stopping me. I'm fighting for the ones that are scared to speak up. I'm here to represent them.
That's great. And you guys are really at the forefront of this $15 minimum wage.
Yes, we are.
So where do you stand in terms of the elections? What presidential candidate are you supporting?
Bernie
Sanders?
Yeah.
Okay, they're both supporting.
Hillary was on the board of Walmart for 7 years. Let's look at the Watergate scandal. I'm sorry, I'm a female all the way and would love to have a female president, but I don't think it's now. I think we need somebody who's truly about the people and who truly wants change. And to me right now, out of all them candidates, Bernie is the only one looking really good to me.
And advocating for a $15 minimum wage.
Yes, and plus I don't think he's afraid to stand up to Walmart.
and nobody. Walmart can't buy him out. He's for the right cause, and that's what we need. Someone not scared of the Walton family that would devote into what we need to survive, so that we don't have to get food stamps because we're not making enough money and can't take our families out because we can't afford it. So
some people can't afford to pay for medicine, and that's a shame living in America. Working for the richest company in the world and you're on food stamps and medical assistance, it's not right. They shouldn't have to work 2 and 3 jobs to try to get by. This is a company that's a billion-dollar company. We want them to treat their workers with respect, and we're not going to stop until they do.
I see that, and you guys are demanding from
15 and full time, and we want better at our company. We know it won't hurt them. That's the thing. You know, so we want to change.
Okay.
And we're not going to stop until we get it.
I see that. And are you guys risking arrest?
Not today.
Not today.
We've already done civil disobedience. I can't even count how many times now, but not today.
Okay, okay. Well, thank you, ladies, so much for talking with us. All right.
Thank you.
We'll see you.
Take care.
All right. As you just heard, money in politics is keeping a $15 minimum wage from being achievable. And that's why folks who work for Walmart are here demanding that money get out of politics. All right. Here we are approaching the Capitol building. Traffic has stopped on both sides here.
Marching for democracy. When we get to DC, we'll sit in until we're free. When we get to DC, we'll sit in until we're free. Democracy. So we are approaching the Capitol building. Just to catch up our viewers who might be joining us just now, this is a part of Democracy Spring. You have folks here who marched 140 miles over 9 days, starting in Philadelphia, coming here to D.C. Their mission is to force Congress to make a choice, ensure that every American has an equal voice in our democracy, and get money out of politics. The corrupting influence of money in politics, they say, they've had enough. So we have hundreds who have signed up, 3,600 who have signed this petition and say they would risk arrest over the course of a week. And that means that they are coming to Capitol Hill and demanding to speak with members of Congress. And if they do not get a meeting, they will be sitting in their offices and risking arrest. As you can see, the police are here in full force, monitoring the situation, and we will see what transpires. election is power. Sure. One second. Okay, tell us when we're good to go. Okay, so we are here on Capitol Hill. I'm Jessica Devereaux. We just had a little bit of a technical difficulty, but we're back. This is Democracy Spring, and as you can see, I am sitting right now. I'm sitting with Dana and Rihanna, and I just want to ask you ladies, you guys are risking arrest. I see the armbands here. Why does this matter so much that you're willing to risk arrest?
Well, I mean, we're all here for our own reasons, but it's really just to pull money out of politics.
Is there an issue in particular that you feel strongly about and that's not getting addressed because of the influence of money?
I have a lot of issues that, you know, I would express, but I'm really here just to support everyone that's here.
Okay. What about you, Rihanna?
I think that a lot of the issues today stem from getting big money out of politics. Issues like mass incarceration and getting one person, one vote, issues like that, climate change, all of it stems from getting big money out of politics. So I think like this issue is so important because everything else stems from this. So that's why I'm here today.
Can I ask you guys, how old are you?
I'm 21.
33.
Okay, so young folks who are getting involved, why do you think it's so important for our generation, I'm part of this generation, to get involved?
I think that it can be hard when you're young to feel like you really matter in the political scheme. I think that it's very easy to feel downtrodden and like your voice doesn't matter. And so I think it's really important to get yourself involved in movements like this to feel energized and empowered, like anyone really can make a difference and stand up for what they believe in.
What about you, Dana?
Well, I'm a Gen Xer, and all of my fellow Gen Xers kind of stay in the sidelines usually about politics, and I just want to show them that if I can do it, anybody can do it, and that you should care, and there's issues that need to be discussed, and we all have a voice, so.
How are you guys feeling right now emotionally? Are you a bit nervous about potentially being arrested and all of that?
I was really nervous before. I was really debating if I'm still in school, so I was kind of debating if I wanted to be arrested, but being here with everyone else and seeing everyone else put themselves on the line as well, it's really kind of giving me a sense of community, and I'm kind of excited about it. So right now I'm feeling good.
Okay, you, Dana?
Not really that nervous. No, I did my research. I'm prepared, so it's actually more exciting. I'm really excited that all these people turned out, and so our numbers are really good, and it's looking like it might be a good movement.
I love it. I love it. Thank you, ladies, so much for talking with me. All right, we are going to make the rounds here. It's looking like police officers, as you can see here, they're walking through the crowds. And we have to we were told that we need to exit this area. I'm so sorry. Because the arrests are going to begin. As you just heard, they're telling people that they have to move to First Street or they will be subject to arrest. So essentially this whole area is being penned off because people will be arrested even if they're in this area in particular. They have to go all the way to the street. So you see people being escorted and moved back. They're being told to move back to the street. I said you...
If you do not want to be arrested, move back to the grassy area. The plaza is closed.
Are you sure about that? Oh, they're even escorting the media. So what does that mean? Are we going to be able to record this?
You do not move back to First Street.
they're saying that people will be arrested if they do not move back to First Street, but how are we going to be able to see what happens to these people who are sitting in?
All the way back to First Street, you will be subject to arrest. Please follow the officer's orders.
Okay, as you can see, the officers are over there. They have handcuffs in their hands, and they're moving in.
I'm telling you where you need to go. Move back to the grass.
They have the paddy wagons over there. Which side? Over here? Okay. We're being told that we can go on the other side. Thank you. Okay, you see the officers there coming in with handcuffs. This is the Capitol Police.
Folks, the designated press area, I can walk you over there. Let's go, guys, ladies. Come on over here.
On the other side of the Capitol?
On the other, come here. All right, guys, listen up. Follow me. We're going to go to that grass pit over there, all right? Whoever doesn't want to follow me, and you guys are drawing the line in the sand and saying, I'm not following you, stay right here. All right? Come on, guys.
All right, so apparently they're taking us to the grassy area where we'll be allowed to shoot the protesters getting arrested here. Let's see. You can hear the protesters chanting, "One person, one vote." That's what the banner says, "One person, one vote," on the steps of the Capitol.
Give them a press area.
All right, just for our viewers that might be joining us right now, we are here on Capitol Hill. Hundreds of people are risking arrest today because they are saying that they are sick and tired of the corrupting influence of money in politics. Many of them journeyed from Philadelphia and basically have been marching for 9 days. Their demands are specifically dealing with getting Congress to take a vote on the nomination of Supreme Court Justice. They aren't taking a stance whether it should be an up or down vote, but they do say the vote does need to take place. As well, there are 4 bills related to getting money out of politics, campaign finance reform. One of those bills is the Government by the People Act and Fair Elections Now Act, the Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2015, the Voter Empowerment Act of 2015, and the Democracy for All Amendment. All 4 of these bills have not yet come before the Senate for a vote, and they are demanding that both the House and the Senate bring this to the floor. This is just the first day of many, many days to come, according to organizers. And they are chanting right now, "Join us. Join us." There will be at least 5 days of actions this week on Capitol Hill, and on each day, people will be risking arrest. So this is the first day of sit-ins. Tomorrow this continues with elders standing for Democracy Spring. So there will be many seniors here tomorrow. Then on Wednesday, there's the Racial Justice Day, then followed by Labor Solidarity Day on April 14th. On the 15th, Youth and Student Day, so there will be a lot of young people here on Capitol Hill. And lastly, on the 16th, there is a Climate Justice Day. Interestingly enough, the House is actually not in session today. They arrive tomorrow, but the Senate is in session. They will be voting later on today on a nomination of a federal judge. So certainly senators are here on Capitol Hill. However, the members of the House are not here today. But as I said before, this is just the first day of sit-ins. There'll be sit-ins tomorrow all the way through Friday.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
As you can hear, they're chanting Democracy Spring. That is the name of this movement. Democracy Spring. It's a coalition of more than 100 organizations that have come together from community groups, churches, labor organizations, unions. And as I said, this is just the first day of sit-ins. They are chanting, "Sign the bills, do their jobs." As I said earlier, they're calling for Congress to pass 4 bills, specifically the Government by the People Act and Fair Elections Now Act, the Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2015, the Voter Empowerment Act of 2015, and the Democracy for All Amendment. All these bills look to tackle campaign finance reform as well as Voting Rights Act, getting them, many of them, reestablished after the Supreme Court ruled back in 2015 that Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act would no longer apply. They're cheering. They've started to arrest people, as you can see over there. They've started to arrest people.
вообще машины не крутил, да? Я понял. А мы, если смотреть лицом на митинг, мы с правой стороны здесь они сделали такую зону для освещения. Вот. И мы наблюдаем.
Alright guys, there's clearly some bullshit going on here with regards to press freedom.
No, that guy who's screaming, that's Revolutionary Z. He's streamed in like Ferguson, Baltimore. But the cops, I just saw the cops telling him that they're gonna make sure he gets arrested.
Oh, they're gonna make sure that
Revolutionary Z.
Okay, so again, I can't get arrested because I'm getting arrested later in the week, but the only live stream where I think it's actually in the group is being arrested. What do you say? Revolutionary Z is back over.
So as you can see, arrests are ongoing. We have a huge bus over there that is going to be filled, considering the number of people who are here willing to risk arrest. As we said earlier, these are folks part of Democracy Spring, a movement of 100 or more organizations, community groups, unions, churches that have all come together saying they are sick and tired of the corrupting influence of money in politics. I just want to refer to a recent report by the Pew Center. There was a poll taken last year. According to Pew, 84% of Democrats, 72% of people who identify as Republicans, they favor limiting the amount of money individuals and organizations can spend on campaigns and issues. The bills, there are 4 of them that this movement is focused on, one of them being the Fair Elections Act. This Fair Election Now Act, it would create a robust and viable small donor matching program. Essentially, that if everyday people donate, for example, $50, the government would match that $50. There also is a proposal to amend the Constitution to get money out of politics and overturn Citizens United that essentially equated speech with money. And by using the First Amendment, they were allowed to make the case that that should not be limited, and therefore unlimited campaign contributions would be allowed. And disclosure was not specifically discussed in that ruling. So folks are saying there's too much dark money in politics, there's too much influence of lobbying firms, billionaires, millionaires, those with means that are influencing the policies here in Washington, special interest groups, so on and so forth. Another piece of legislation, as I mentioned, there are 4 bills that these protesters are advocating for and saying that Congress needs to bring them to the floor. Another one of those bills is the Voting Rights Amendment Act. This legislation was proposed back in 2015, and it would force any state that has had 15 or more voting rights violations in the last 25 years to be subject to federal pre-clearance for any change in voting procedure or law. So basically 13 states will be subject to that pre-clearance. That would be New York, California, Arkansas, Arizona, Virginia, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Louisiana, and Texas. As you remember, the Supreme Court had ruled to strip the Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, which required states who have had violations to their voting laws and voting rights, instead of having them go through a clearance process by the federal government, that has now been stripped. So many southern states who were once subject to this requirement are no longer. The federal government used to be the gatekeeper to any state voting changes, but now with the stripping of the Section 5, that allows states, gives states more power to change their voting laws. So this is definitely a issue that many people that we've talked to today say is very much key to their fight for a more representative democracy that represents the majority of people.
Can we shift over to get people all by the bus or no?
Some folks at home might be wondering why we can't get closer to the protesters here. We've been warned by Capitol Police, if you enter that area, you will be subject to arrest, and they will consider you as a protester and not as a member of the press, regardless of the fact that here at The Real News we are credited on Capitol Hill. But these are the rules, and they've made it very clear that we will risk arrest if we do enter this penned-off area. Just for folks back home who might be wondering why we aren't in the midst of everything. But we're hoping that you can see enough of this. You can see people getting arrested one at a time here. They're being handcuffed with plastic handcuffs here.
that were previously heard on train of thought was kind of
Полиция приступила к арестам активистов задерживают одного из людей, скручивают ему пластиковые наручники для того, чтобы полицейские не носить более тяжелых металлических наручников. При этом никто из активистов не сопротивляется, значит, квалифицируют это как более серьезная статья сопротивления для арестов. Полиция приступила к арестам.
We're both trying to set that.
just heard those chants for democracy now. This is a part of Democracy Spring. It's going to be ongoing sit-ins throughout the week. This is the first day. As you can see, hundreds of people here risking arrest. We're going to be covering this for the next 5 days. And for those who are just joining us, there are 4 bills they're demanding that Congress actually take action on that will get money out of politics. That is their message today. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll have more coverage of Democracy Spring here on Capitol Hill. I'm Jessica Devereaux. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Real News Network. I'm Jessica Devereaux on Capitol Hill. Today is the first day of Democracy Spring sit-ins here on Capitol Hill. As you can see behind me, we have protesters there, and to my left, we have folks sitting right here risking arrests. Dozens have already been arrested, and this is really unprecedented. Capitol Police are saying they have never seen this many people sitting in front of the Capitol and risking arrest. So this is really history in the making that you're seeing right now. The people are here simply for one reason. They are trying to get the corrupting influence of money out of politics. They're advocating for 4 bills before the Congress that they would like to see Congress take a vote on. These 4 bills deal with campaign finance reform. They'd like to see an amendment to the Constitution that makes sure that corporations cannot give unlimited money, as well as making more transparency when it comes to who donates what and to whom. So there are these 4 bills in particular. I'll name them right now. We have the Government by the People Act and Fair Elections Now Act, the Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2015, the Voter Empowerment Act of 2015, as well as the Democracy for All Amendment, which I just previously mentioned, which is a constitutional amendment. That amendment actually was voted on back in 2014 in September. We had the 50-plus senators who voted in favor of it, but they didn't get the necessary 60 senators for it to then move on to the House. So folks are saying that it's very possible a bill like this could be before the Senate if there is more support on both the Senate side as well as the House side for legislation just like this. So we're going to be continuing this coverage throughout the week. This is just the first day of sit-ins, as I mentioned. They'll be ongoing. The last day is on Friday, but they are saying that they will be coming back on the 18th as well. Tomorrow we are going to have seniors here. There's a racial day of justice. There is also students and youth that will be here. And finally, on Friday, there will be a climate justice day. So really, folks here have a plethora of issues that they want to address. But at the center of it, they say that they cannot move forward with this legislation because legislators and legislators are attached to donors and are concerned more about their donor base than everyday citizens' voices. So that is why they are pushing back and say we need to get money out of politics. You can see them here. People are cheering as every person that, oh, there's the bus. That whole bus is full. Oh, well, actually, another bus is coming in. I'm sorry, one bus left. This is the new bus that they're expecting to load protesters in. This is a coalition of more than 100 organizations from church groups, community groups, unions. They've all come together, and they're saying one more bus. They're chanting one more bus. It's been very fascinating. We got to speak to many folks earlier in the day. And as I said, issues run from racial justice, climate action justice. They say that they cannot move forward with any of this. This woman, she just was arrested. Let me see if we can possibly talk to her. The media is not allowed to get in the midst of the crowd, so we've sort of been penned here in this area, so that's why we haven't been able to get you the reactions of protesters and up close and personal, because we are being told by Capitol Police if we do go there, we risk arrest. So we are here and trying our best to give you the story. Is there anything you'd like to say to the media?
Singled out. Why isn't she being loaded on the bus with the rest of the protesters?
Most protesters were loaded on the bus over there. This young woman is being arrested.
You guys like giving information, which is, again, one of your citizens' concerns about your departments. Tell us why you're singling her out. Can you pretend that you don't hear me and act like an idiot? You're doing that already.
Let's see. We're going to see if we can see what's happening. They're searching her bag.
trust between the citizenry and the police departments are so great.
As I said, hundreds of people were seeing arrests here. This is unprecedented. This is the first time in American history that these many people have come before Congress and staged a sit-in. As I said, this was all planned. 100+ organizations coming together, ranging from churches, unions, community groups, all with the message that they want to get the corrupting influence of money out of politics. So this is just the first day. So we're going to be here, as I said, throughout the week, bringing you this story. Let's see if we can get some answers. There are the handcuffs they're using. It's quite orderly. Capitol Police definitely has experience dealing with protesters. So the idea is usually to pen the protesters in and then arrest them one by one. It's not just one big massive sweep. It's very, very slow process. These folks, I should also mention, many of them, they participated in a 9-day trek from Philadelphia, essentially marching the whole way. Their message, as I said, getting money out of politics, that is key. That is key. This movement is naming itself Democracy Spring. Another interesting demand of these protesters, they are saying that they would like to see Congress take a vote on President Obama's nomination for a Supreme Court Justice, Merrick Garland's nomination. They'd like to see Congress take a vote. They aren't taking a position on whether or not he should be approved. However, they would like to see an up or down vote at the very least. And they say it's the constitutional duty of the Senate to fulfill its responsibility to take this vote. As you know, Republicans have staunchly opposed bringing forth President Obama's nominee, Merrick Garland, arguing that this is an election year and the people need to make a decision on who their next president will be before they replace Justice Scalia, who recently passed a seat there on the bench on the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court's actually right across the street, and that is also one of the protesters' demands here today. But as President Obama has argued, and legal scholars as well have said, that we have had multiple occasions in the United States history where presidents have nominated justices in election years, and there is certainly precedent for that. And what Republicans are doing is unprecedented by holding up this nomination. So very interesting Democracy Spring, as we said, all week we'll be covering this. This is the first day of sit-ins. They'll be going on throughout the entire week here on Capitol Hill. The Senate is in session today. They have a vote at 5:30 where they will be voting whether or not to approve a federal judge in Tennessee. She's being nominated today. And we also have the House that is not in session today, but they will be in tomorrow. I've heard from protesters that this is the first day. They are going to be on the steps of the Capitol, but the following days they will actually be going to the offices of members of Congress and asking to speak directly to senators and representatives. And if they are refused to a meeting, then they will stage a sit-in there in their office. So it's as I said, unprecedented to have this many people come out and be arrested here on Capitol Hill. If you're just joining us, this is Jessica Devereaux here on Capitol Hill. We are here observing Democracy Spring in action. These folks are saying that they are sick and tired of money in politics and the corrupting influence of money in politics, and say that the everyday voter's voice is not being represented in legislation. And for any legislation to get passed, we must first reform campaign finance. That's what these protesters are saying today. There are 4 bills in particular that they would like Congress to pass. There's the Government by the People Act and Fair Elections Now Act. They're asking, where is corporate media? They are chanting, where is corporate media? Well, I will tell you this, the real news is here. We certainly aren't corporate media. And they're asking, where is corporate media? One of the hosts of the show, the Young Turks, you'll see him in the center there. He spoke earlier about the importance of campaign finance reform. They're asking, where is CNN? Where's corporate media? And it's true. I mean, let's just give them a shot, Cameron is our videographer, of who is actually here. I mean, you cannot, this is the area where the media has been quarantined to, and they're chanting, where is CNN? As you all know, Capitol Hill, all the major news organizations are accredited here. So they're asking, I don't know if anyone is actually here from CNN, but there were certainly more people earlier in the day. Earlier there were more members of the media. Trying our best to hear what is being said. I believe what he was saying is that many generations have fought for gay rights, women's rights, civil rights, and this is the issue of our generation. It's a bit difficult to hear. It's a very windy day here on Capitol Hill. They say, we always win, they always lose. That is what he's saying. It's quite an interesting crowd. You certainly have diversity in age groups. We spoke to folks who were in their early 20s, 30s. There are senior citizens here as well. It's certainly intergenerational, this message. They're chanting, change always wins.
Yes. So he's saying Democrats, Republicans, Independents, they all agree we do not want our politicians bought.
Here you can see people getting arrested. There have been dozens and dozens of folks who've already gone through this process. As I stated earlier, many of these folks have actually marched all the way from Philadelphia to make it here to Washington, D.C., to essentially say to Congress that they would like them to pass a series of bills that would get money out of politics, the corrupting influence of money in politics. One of those bills is actually a constitutional amendment that would limit the amount of money people, corporations could contribute to campaigns on both a state and federal level. The other is the Government by the People Act and Fair Elections Now Act, the Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2015, and the Voter Empowerment Act of 2015. So their message is not just for campaign finance reform, but also to push back on voter suppression, like voter ID laws, as well as the recent Supreme Court ruling that got rid of the Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, which no longer requires states that have decided to change their voting laws to go through a pre-clearance process through the federal government. So that no longer exists. That was in place as part of the Voting Rights Act to make sure that states, particularly southern states, weren't disenfranchising communities, specifically black communities, communities of color, vulnerable communities. And with that no longer being the law of the land, many advocates are saying that you will see a two-tier democracy take place where many people will be denied their right to vote without federal regulation. This is the first day of sit-ins, and as I said earlier, this is unprecedented. U.S. Capitol Police, they've never come across this many people willing to be arrested here as a part of a sit-in. This is unprecedented.
哦，这样子吗？
Okay, so you might have just heard that mic check. An officer came up to the protesters and said that they are going to be allowed to sit on the steps of the Capitol a little bit longer because they actually ran out of space in their buses for all these folks that are being arrested. Hundreds here today protesting, trying to get money out of politics. There are 4 bills that they would like Congress to pass. They all have to do with campaign finance reform as well as voter suppression. One of them is calling for there to be actually a constitutional amendment that would limit the amount of money that campaigns and could take from any individual or corporation, an effort to push back on the infamous Citizens United Supreme Court ruling. It's almost been 6 years since that ruling. This is the first day of sit-ins, and we've been bringing you live coverage since about 11:30 today. There was a rally held before Union Station here in Washington and a march. There were hundreds of people who participated in that march, and as you can see, we've sort of dwindled down to the final 50 or so folks that are awaiting arrest. But it's been ongoing and a relatively very actually peaceful process throughout. Officers have been arresting folks with these plastic handcuffs. And this is just the first day. This is going to be ongoing throughout the entire week. Seniors are coming in tomorrow. There's a day calling for racial justice, a day calling for climate change justice. And the next step is to actually go to members' offices, members of the Senate as well as the House, and ask to meet with representatives and senators. And if they are denied a meeting, they say that they will sit in their offices and risk arrest. So they're calling themselves as a part of a movement called Democracy Spring. They began in Philadelphia, marching from the Liberty Bell all the way here to Washington, D.C. There are about 100 organizations coming together, community groups, unions, churches. It's a myriad of interests here, but they say that they can't get special interest influence out of politics. Any sort of legislation
that will be in the interest of everyday people will not pass with the influence of money in politics. Here comes another bus, as you can see coming up here. They will be loading protesters onto this U.S. Capitol police bus.
could see one protester there. She was on the other side, and she decided to join those who are sitting in. She's being welcomed.
what corporations make, erasing our democracy. Me, someone I'd like to say, founding fathers, here are pleas. So, oligarchy must go. Law is what we have to break. We seldom beg, 'cause we haven't got the go. Corporations make, erasing our democracy. Be someone I'd like to say, founding fathers, here are pleas. So oligarchy must go. Law is what we have to break. We seldom pay, 'cause we haven't got the go.
is your name?
I was about to ask you.
I'm
What's
Jessica.
Your name? My name is Mark.
Matt?
Mark.
Okay.
It's good to meet you.
Good to meet you too. I have like someone in my ear. Sorry.
It's all right.
Welcome back to the Real News Network. This is Jessica Devereaux coming to you from Capitol Hill. We are witnessing one of the biggest sit-ins in U.S. history. We have hundreds of people as a part of Democracy Spring. Their message is quite simple. They want to get money out of politics and the corrupting influence of money in politics. I'm joined now by Mark, who is actually one of the protesters. He's been able to just come over here and chat with us a bit. Mark, you're risking arrest. Why is this issue so important to you that you're willing to commit such an action?
Well, in actuality, there are other issues that are most important to me. For example, reproductive rights. I have a 15-year-old daughter. Who knows what her future is in relation to that? I care a lot about global warming. I care a lot about the criminal justice system. But what we've learned over many years is that if the system is not responsive to these issues, then we've got a problem. So we now have realized what the problem is. Money is injected into the electoral system. It's injected into the political system in general in such a way where lobbies, so the automobile lobby, right? Whatever lobby it is, they try to stop legislation that will maybe benefit more people, whatever that legislation is about. So we're focusing in on that issue to kind of open up the floodgates on all of the various issues. So that's why we're here. We're here on the issue of money in politics, though all these people who are here have specific issues they care about. Healthcare for some, environment for others, etc.
What would you just say to some people who say the Republican-controlled Senate and House, that they're so obstructionist and this is the real issue, and that these bills that you would like to get passed in Congress are just not going to happen because of just the reality on the ground?
Well, I think that it's a great question. I think that there's a mythology that has evolved around the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, that the Democratic Party is fully on board with the people and wants to pass all of these progressive laws, and the Republicans are obstructionists and don't. I actually think it's a little less complicated even than that. I think both Democrats and Republicans have found themselves pinned in by money. So if you look at a lobby like the NRA, the National Rifle Association, you could take a look at a lot of Democratic politicians who are receiving lots of money from the NRA. They are pressured by the NRA. So I don't think it's fair for us to point the finger at the Republicans for being obstructionist. I'm actually an independent voter. I'm not a Democratic voter. You know, when the Democrats have been in charge, yeah, sure, maybe at certain times legislation moved on certain issues, but this issue cuts across party lines.
And do you think this is just another example of the elite interests dominating the conversation here, that Republicans and Democrats are both guilty of that? Is that essentially what you're saying?
Yeah, I think that is essentially what I'm saying, is that, and you're using the word elites, you know, we could be more specific, you know, looking at the military-industrial complex, or the healthcare industrial complex, or the agricultural industrial complex. So, you know, elites is a word, but I think we could just talk about corporations getting status as people. You know, this concept that a corporation have rights that individual people should have. And that's just, that construct doesn't make any sense in a democracy, because corporations aren't people. So yes, I think elites, but I think we can look even more broadly. There are a lot of people who aren't elites who are still pushing legislation that is damaging, whether it's related to voting rights, whether it's related to women's health, whether it's related to LGBT rights, environmental issues. So, you know, I think that the problem is even deeper than elites.
Gotcha. Mark, can we talk a little bit about what's to come? Because this is just the first day of sit-ins, but Democracy Spring is going on all week.
All week.
Can you discuss a bit about what's to come?
Yeah, well, first of all, Democracy Spring's actions are going on this week. But if people go and take a look at the Democracy Spring website, they'll see that this is actually a longer-term strategy that also relates to pieces of legislation, specific 4 pieces of legislation. So, yes, this week is a big focus of raising the profile. So every day this week, this was probably what's going to end up being the largest sit-in, because we wanted to get a great kickoff today. As the week goes on, there will be sit-ins around specific groupings of people. So elders, right? People who are people of color, right? People who are focused on climate change. So each day there will be a theme, in a sense, but all of the discussion still comes back to the same issue, which is, if money is dominating the electoral system, right, then none of those individual issues can move. So that's the key.
All right. Well, Mark, thank you so much.
Real pleasure.
For
Thank
being
you.
with us, and again, good luck with all of this. That's going to do it for us here on Capitol Hill. I'm Jessica Devereaux. We'll be coming to you every day this week to just give you updates about Democracy Spring. Thank you so much for watching the Real News Network.
Thanks a lot.